Yo, what's up, guys? I almost forgot to start the stream. I got distracted. Man, I went for it. It's kind of fucked up I didn't get that kill. Now I'm not really healthy enough. Well, my team's doing very well at least. I don't think I like starting with Axe on Yorm. I feel like having the double pot so you can just always fight feels a lot better. Still a long fucking time left for that, actually. Yo's on. I kinda wanna read it. I'll let him clear. Getting 200 gold shouldn't be that difficult. Bro, what is happening in duo, man? What the fuck? Cosmetic TP. Did I fuck up my TP? I'm so tired, man. I woke up late. Again. I fucked up. Oh, the chug? Oh yeah, right. When you TP'd into the tower. That was pretty stupid. And there he is. Does he not have ult? Like, am I fucking stupid? Like, I was just trying to get his ult. He never fucking used it.
Enemy missing middle.
Nothing more. Next time I will devour you all.
Enemy has been slain. You move like a jaguar. Fabuloso.
How could you do the autos? I'm actually very confused about it as well. It's because I was standing in this. Because the pool doesn't... like, it gains more when I'm standing in the pool. So, I'm assuming that's why, but I'm also not really the biggest Yorm expert, so... What the fuck do I actually know? But I'm guessing that's why, because I was wondering too. He was just getting roasted.
Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful.
Yeah, because outside it just drains. If you're inside, it goes... Yeah, it kind of like doesn't go bad down as fast. You are out of it? Really? Hmm. Might be some weird interaction. Well, it's not happening anymore, at least. Dude, he's so good with these as well. You don't have to fucking interact with that. Lifebinder Chalk, bro.
Enemy missing middle.
Niva, you can take red.
Your team destroyed a right.
Okay. W. Wasn't even that bad of an attempt. I mean, if he gets me, that's a pretty big kill for him. Dude, I do not like this Chuck build. I think, okay, if he goes Warriors and then into Lifebinder, I could maybe see it. Maybe even Conduit, so he has some kind of early if he wants to go for an Int Chuck, but... Dude, you just don't have any damage with this early build, because Int already slows you when you don't go Strength. The early game is just kind of weaker as a result. And Chuck is really not a character. I mean, he's against Yorm, so I don't really know what the fuck I'm saying anyway. He would lose laning anyway, but for the most part, you just kind of want a strong early game when you're playing Chuck. Like, Chuck is not a character you want to lose lane on. He's so fucking useless from behind. And hello, because me. And Victoria. Good to see you guys.
Lista, amigo. Enemy missing.
Rocks. Kind of been ignoring rocks a little too much in this one, I think.
Next time I will devour
The pyro. Attack the fire giant. Be careful. Yes, yes, yes. An ally has left the game.
Oof, Odin DC'd. Did he get frozen by Ymir and it froze his game? That's kind of crazy. If he gets it in time, maybe he can shield and jump out. Have you seen the damage in Capra 3 with full int build? I have no, not full int build, but I made it in Assault a few times when we played last night. It definitely seems very not balanced. What a fucking surprise. Another int aspect that's not balanced. You can definitely abuse it if it's open, yeah. You cannot abuse it in ranked, because that shit's banned. Fuck. I went into the tornado to try and
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack left lane. I'll take care of it.
dead anyway. No, man, I died for that chase because at least I did get him actually, so whatever. But still, it's probably not really worth it. My ult was up soon too. Fuck. Fudge. What do I actually build now? I suppose I could do like a brawlers. They do have non-aspect junk. But yeah. Yeah, the 3 is Loki too. Except it also does 1,000,000 damage. That's what it does.
The rain shall wash them away.
The aspect, Nectura, the aspect is just fat Loki. That's the whole inspiration for the aspect. So they wanted to play it like Loki. So his 1 has stealth, his 2 is the same but has no stun. It has a slow instead, I believe. So it's fully based around Loki just being yeah, Cabrakan. Or Cabrakan being Loki. It is very strange. I mean, while the idea is fun, it's just... It's weird. And very much seems like it just wasn't balanced once again. Just like the Wukong thing. We're really just making some of these like frontliners mages, and we're just giving them absolutely wild scaling and base damage for no reason. Kinda wanna see if I can just gank mid, because my lane is so uneventful. I'm coming! Okay. Why are they not going with me? What? And they don't even get the tower? Dude, there's no way. I mean, I was really expecting my team to follow with me. Oh, and now Susano DC'd. Dude, what the fuck is happening with this game? Alright, enough trolling, I guess. Now this is actually looking like we could lose. And they both died? Oh my god, dude. Alright. Full on tryhard mode now. Fucking hell. I wasn't expecting this. Back to my lane so I can completely shit on the junk. He's back. Oh shit, we're actually just losing. How are we getting soloed now as well in duo? What happened? You know what? I know what happened. We all ended up being shutdown targets, and as a result of that, they all came back because we all died. There we go. My fucking tower died. I want to see if I can actually still fight him, but Ymir, I guess. For some reason, still does just 1,000,000 damage. Despite me being... Well, I guess I'm not that tanky to him, but... Still kind of crazy how much damage he could do to me there. Without his passive. No, he did freeze me, never mind. He did have his passive.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, the game is dead even. How did this happen? We were literally like, what, 12-2 or whatever? In kills.
Be careful, middle. Retreat left lane. Help left lane.
On my way.
Did as much damage as I could.
Retreat left lane.
This just really sucks, because I'm focusing on magic protection right now, because Kukulkan is getting like the biggest in the game. But by doing that, I'm neglecting the two people who will generally be in front of me, the bots and the chunk. So... Here's the solo damage, what the fuck. Let's shell down. Should at least be 1 kill here. Jackal should still be down too. Get him. Nice.
Enemy has been slain.
If only my ult was up in time, I wouldn't have died. Then we probably still would have gotten at least 1 kill out of it.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the fire giant!
Destroyed the pyramids.
Probably could have just gone big fire here, because they all just backed. Or they were respawning. So, I think it would have been free, but I feel like my team wouldn't have listened. This Ymir loves me.
Be right back. Be careful left. Enemies incoming left.
Yes, good.
Enemy
I just need to keep farming. I need to make sure that I'm just not easy to kill. Their comp is hard for me to deal with though, like overall. Artemis as well. If I get stunned, I'm gonna get trapped. They have a lot of lockdown in their team comp, which really sucks for me. They truly do not have an easy target for me just to go on.
enemy spotted.
Enemy missing left.
On my way. Retreat! Retreat!
Cancel that. Bye-bye.
I mean, what are we doing here?
There is strong. Oh, crispy. Your middle tower is under attack.
There we go. That's the throw. Now they get fire. And that's bot ult. I had to try. Because if we lose that anyway. It's just so boring, man. Solo feels so shit to solo queue right now, because you have to go tank with, like, to actually just win lane, but I'm fucking against adapting playing mid. We're just never gonna win. Granted, we've done way better than I thought in this team. But I don't know how the fuck we just end up dying. Like, Nuvo just walked up and died, I guess.
To me, little pawns.
We definitely should be able to win. There is still a chance, but it's looking fucking grim. What do I need? I think I have to go Stampede. They have so many slows. Neemian would be nice too, but...
Let winter cancel that.
Treated
Bye-bye.
middle lane.
Please?
Nua needs to just stop getting caught. Like, her position is so dog shit. If she dies, we just don't really have any, like, huge burst in this team. Peeking over the wall. Yeah, they're just gonna do ult.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel. Your left tower is under attack.
Why are we all going in everywhere else?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Okay, that disappeared in time. Stop getting caught, for the love of fuck, please. Saying that as someone who just got caught and wasted my ult. At least Ymir's taking some decent poke here. have to try and get 20 before this fight. I do feel like I fucked up my build. I kind of
Enemy team has
didn't really know
destroyed
what I
the
wanted to build
pyro.
in this game.
Your left tower is under attack.
Should get some wards.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Okay. Looks like we ain't losing any Phoenix though.
Return to base. Attack!
Nope, there is a weird glitch. I do see it. What just happened there? It just didn't move. There is definitely a weird glitch happening.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Retreat. Retreat.
And I just got hit by that. Noah's dead again as usual. No surprise there.
An ally has left the game.
And I mean, it's really we have like 3 DCs this game. Like it really sucks too. It makes it fucking hard to play. They got Odin for free early on because he DC'd. It's so boring.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Like what's even the point in playing the game if fucking people keep DCing? And Susano's probably our most fucking valuable player in this one, so the fact that he's the one that keeps DCing makes it even worse. Noah is fucking useless and just keeps dying. And I'm honestly just a Yorm late game. Can't fucking play the game, it feels like.
Retreat right lane.
Into their team comp.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. The pyro has arrived. Your middle phoenix has been
How did she still die? Man.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, this is
Your
cooked.
right phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, I should have gone Cloak early. Like right after Helm of Radiance. Bro, no, 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 no. Why are we just waiting for him? Why are we just sitting and waiting? Yeah, expected. Expected loss.
Defeat.
What happened? Just we don't have a mid. People chasing, getting caught. Shit like that. It all actually went downhill the second Odin DC'd and died in mid. That's when the game went to shit. Adapting diff. It definitely was the main issue, but like people got caught. Like my Nua was dying solo to Chuck when I have the rest of their team on me. So while definitely adapting diff, also not very much adapting diff. Because what the fuck is happening in the back? Lovely matchmaking. The worst part is the Chuck build is so bad. This guy should, like, he doesn't do any damage with this build. But new-wise, oh, whatever. I'm gonna stop. Just gonna stop before I just crash out. How's the Yorm feeling? I always feel like he's a step behind than the Bologna, and not to mention Osiris aspect. I mean, he is, but he's still like top 3, I would say. He is arguably the biggest lane bully in Smite 2. It's so hard to lose lane with him. And that by itself, in high-level play, is a gigantic advantage. Because if you can push that lead, then that's all you need. Why am I first pick, by the way? I don't have that high SR. I'm 4.8. Or 4.9 or some shit. The missing season Smite 1 solos, they're good into Yorm. There are, like, Bologna was generally one of them too. She still is, it's just Yorm is so overtuned. He's insanely overtuned. Why are we banning Mordred? Enemy team.
Select your god.
I'm actually curious. Did I get baby gamed? No, adapting just didn't queue, I guess. Never mind then. Whoops. I mean, I might go chuck myself, I guess. Do a little chuck game. I guess Nika. That definitely makes it pretty boring. Shit. Then I just eat. It's fine. My team can carry this. I believe in my team. He's jungle. Well, that makes it even worse. Why it didn't adapt in Q? Oh, he's eating. Okay, never mind. That's why. I mean, I kind of deserved that last loss anyway, because I definitely started trolling once I thought we just won that game for free. Then all the DCs happened and shit. I was so trolling that game. For the first few of my deaths. I shouldn't have died in the first place. Or even rotated for that matter. I could easily have 2v1 the Chuck and the bots at the time of me dying the first time. I should have just kept pushing. Because no one could have stopped me at doing it. So honestly, deserved loss. This is really a great matchup, because I do want to go for some damage. And I don't have any way of stopping the bludgeon damage, so early on I'm probably gonna get shit on. I'll just sit back. Wait, never mind, I'm talking about against Bologna. I guess I'm not, I'm against a Mulan. That should be fine. That should be fine. Probably. Yeah, bull jungle. That makes sense. I'm gonna go Sunder.
Even gods need sustenance.
I mean, if Bologna doesn't get fed, I do believe we can win this, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Glaze. A little bit, but it's also just that this isn't like a high-level queue, you know? Especially as a jungler, I think you have a gigantic advantage in lower-level queues, because any lane will just be easy to gank. Because they're not used to good people, or like good junglers. Not to mention, I think right now solo is one of the harder roles to carry from in ranked. It is purely because you're going full tank for the majority of these games. And if you're going full tank, you're gonna have issues in terms of killing an entire enemy team to solo carry late game. What needs to change for solo to be fun again? I mean, I think this is a good version of solo. It's just it doesn't work for solo carrying in ranked. Milan level 1 clear is probably a lot better than mine. Stem AoE autos. Like, playing a tank in general makes you rely on someone else to deal the damage. Let's just get level 2. Why the fuck am I getting destroyed by minions here? What the fuck? Those 2 minions really fucked me up, I guess. Bologna is on the other side of the map. W.
You're mine now.
No! Go creeps. Fuck. I went for it.
Out of mana.
Jesus Christ, Mulan damage, man. Granted, it's probably more like minion damage, but...
Get away with this. We will stop you.
I might have to just give up these. Nope, he's actually on the right side. You know what, fuck it. I'm doing it.
Save yourself.
No, actually, this is not... Oh my god. Fuck it. I have to back. Fuck, dude. Shit. What a fucked up start. I can still do though now that my Sunder is up.
Right tower is under attack.
Bro, minions, minions, hello. Holy fuck.
Your
Do I mean
left
nothing to you?
tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Got Osiris, first match of the day. Nice, man. Have fun. You can get the rocks, that's fine. I got the XP. All I need.
Or small, all souls must answer my call. The sound of its screams will swallow you whole. Are in my grasp. May the night swallow you. Are in my grasp. May the night swallow you whole.
I should back and finish my debut before it's too late.
Grasp.
Your right tower is under attack.
May the night swallow you whole.
I still have to try the cap aspect. Haven't gotten to yet. Oh, I'm out of range.
May the night swallow you whole. Harvest the soul. Are in my grasp. May the night swallow you whole.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Get him. Get him.
You move like a jaguar. Enemy missing right.
All souls must answer my call.
Your left tower is under attack.
The sound of its screams still echo. May the night swallow you, big or small. All must answer my call. You are in my grasp.
Chase him.
Your left tower.
He killed Blue Buff Kun. How could he do this? That's for Blue Buff Kun, you asshole.
Are in my grasp.
Hope it was worth it. His might be up, but I'll take his tower instead.
Death's cradle.
Alright, good luck, Nectura. Is the ritual still OP? I don't know. I guess it's still fine, but like, I never felt like it was that OP. Maybe that's just me though. I don't think it's like a huge game changer, but it is a pretty good amount of extra XP if your team is already winning. So, I guess you could still call it OP. But I think the map as a whole is just fucking OP. There's too much fucking farm on the map.
Rain shall wash them away.
Why do we need so much farm on the damn map? The thing is, if it's just gold, fair enough. That's okay. But if it's if it's also XP everywhere you go, you can build such a huge lead for no reason really, except for you getting an early, like a small early lead potentially. It is really awkward, I think, and it doesn't really make sense. Like, look at the map of League and even Dota. There isn't a billion things to take, because it feels wrong to have it like that. Every lane feels so high maintenance because there's always so much stuff to go farm. Like, look at me right now. I'm just going from farm to farm spot. And honestly, it's not fun. Give me time to just sit and think and what I can do to maybe outplay my opponent. There is barely any time to like strategize. Unless you have like a full team, obviously, but as like a solo player, your whole plan at all points in the entire game is farming. It's not fun. I didn't realize I was playing a survival farming game. Because that's literally the truth. If you don't farm, you die. You're just gonna fall behind. Smite 2 in a nutshell. They do. This is a good brawlers game again, actually. Like Milan, Bologna, Sopek. I've said this a lot. I think Season 11 is the perfect version of how solo should just be in terms of farm. There's two things in lane to contest. They're very fast and easy to deal with. And the place where the teleporter was also made sure that if needed, you could just rotate, despite your, the enemy team fully knowing that that's what's gonna happen. I just thought the map was so balanced in Season 11.
Sorry.
Is this up as well? Yep. Anyway, though, I feel like all I do for the majority of my stream these days is talk about how shit Smite is. I really don't want to. All I really hope is that they fix the issues, because I do like the game. But right now, I don't. Like, look at how I was a few weeks ago. I was streaming almost every day. I was having a lot of fun. I didn't want to stop. I had just wanted to play Smite. Now I'm in the spot where I'm like, okay, I've played like 3 or 4 hours. I've had enough. And that's not the first time this has happened in Smite 2, but it's just another one of them. And I hope it goes back the other direction again. But right now, I'm just in that spot. Wear the cloak. Probably gonna get a cloak. Actually, do I? I don't know if I want to. I might just keep going hybrid. I'm aspect Chuck. If I don't have damage, I'm useless. If I want to go tank Chuck, I should go non-aspect. Is this a rotation? Yeah, I think I do. Fuck it. Oh my god, TP'd out of the fucking Shablanke zone and I just get fucking slowed on teleport.
On my way.
Get that bro back. Get him. That's fucked up. Man, that was the easiest double kill of my entire life if they just didn't use both their movement abilities. That's so unfortunate. Man, that would have been clean.
Unnecessary investment.
Your left tower is under attack.
I fucked up my ult that fight though. Since he didn't dash, like instantly, I was like, okay, so he doesn't have dash up yet. Let me just... Like, he even beats as well. So I'm just gonna ult it to make sure that he's staying CC'd so I can finish him off. Nope. Nay, sir. That is not the case. Poor Uller is probably super
Your
cooked.
right tower is under attack.
Are in my grasp. Death's cradle.
Gang middle lane. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Defend the Gold Fury! Defend the Gold Fury!
Sorry.
Okay. On my way.
Attack the Gold Fury!
They do know I'm here. I heard that word.
Are in my grasp. May the night swallow you whole.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Like this time, in a case where my whole team dies, at least I'm not playing a Yorm that can't really initiate and get out by himself, without ult up at least. So, playing Chuck, I should be able to take advantage of it a lot easier. Not to mention I'm just really strong. I'm so fat.
May the night
Not going blank was definitely
My way!
enemy missing left.
Oops. Not going blank is definitely a risk. Always is late game.
Are in my grasp. Death's
Very strong.
May the
Attack middle lane! Attack right
Sorry.
lane!
are in my grasp. May the night swallow you whole.
I can't help but find it really funny though. All these weird systems that high-risk keep like using the argument that it's to make it easier for the new players only makes it more complicated for them. They don't farm anyway. Let's get a spirit rope, because I'm definitely not... It's too late to go prophetic, I think. Way too late. Grab a Prit one as well for a little shield, and I guess that's my best way I can do hybrid for this. And maybe end it up with the shifters. I do like cooldown with this build, which does suck, but I just gotta make sure that my combo counts.
Be right back! Defend right lane!
People never listen. Stop DPS at 1k. Burst it, guys! Use all your ults! Secure it! Faster! Stop! It's free! Slip it, bump it. Please. Maybe they didn't see the chat? Yeah. It's fair enough. Still though, it doesn't matter what you use, whether it's the in-game chat or the voice chat. I'll say that shit. There's always one guy who did not listen. Either has no ears and no eyes.
Is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Attack.
Be careful! On my way!
Not an issue. May the night
On my way!
If he at least got the Magi's off of Bellona, that's good.
Middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Attack left lane!
attack right lane.
Okay. Well, you always want to get right, but...
Wash them away. Left enemy tower.
Let's get this dagger used. Should just dagger for damage, I guess.
Retreat! Attack right lane!
Sorry.
I'm getting a speed buff. Just more valuable. I'm assuming that they're just not wanting to F6 in this game. Because this game is just Giga over. No, you may roll me off. Ymir, fucking stop walling me, you bitch! Alright. It's like he responded to me.
Retreat! Attack fire giant!
Let's switch it up.
Retreat!
Let's get this one on.
Certain.
Maybe I... I'm kind of digging a little bit of Pendulum, maybe, if I can get that. Get some extra cooldowns. Oh, he's so mean to Ymir. He walled me twice.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
He's doing great. He's a good Ymir. Actually, he can take those. They grab a heal, right?
Attack fire giant!
I guess these ones don't. Only the crystals. It's probably good that these don't give gold, but these definitely give a lot of XP, I suppose.
On my way!
They should unlock level 21. That'd be some crazy shit. That'd make them really good. How big is the shields? 300? It's not great, but can soak maybe one ability. One auto from an AUC. My build is really shit too. I don't plan my builds very well, I have to admit. That's a me problem.
Nice work! You're great!
Victory.
Yeah, this should have just been a surrender from them. I'm assuming someone definitely tried. Probably tried. Maybe Nika wants to do a Q. We still never got around to doing that. Since it got cancelled last time. Let me see. Maybe he's queuing with Sab again, I'm not sure. Well, let's try it actually. I'll invite Nika. I want to play with Nika. What? Do I not have him on my friend list? What the fuck? Oh, now he's online? Okay, sure. Sure, Smite. He actually did decline it, so that's fair enough. I'm assuming he usually doesn't want to do a queue if like the queues and shit, so because that just makes it even worse. Actually, I'm gonna hop in his chat. I need to hop in his chat though. Alright, he already said he was gonna queue with Sav, that's fine. Where's adapting in Q then? Okay, and he's with Weavis. Okay, I'll just stick to the solo queue then, and just hope for the best. I just hope the queues won't be that long. Let's pull this shit back up then. It's not going too well for the Maman team here. But she's also scaling hard. Back when you had characters that needed to scale. What a good time that was. Now everything's fucking OP at level 1. He's fine. Oh, premature ult though. He's not fine anymore. He would have been fine if he waited for the CC on the Coquelan one. They get Thor for it though. Nice pickup. I will say, don't get me wrong though, like some characters still do scale, but it's like they up the scaling that they're no longer weak early. Like let's look at Jingwei as an example. They're no longer weak early at all. They just get even better. They just transition into broken instead of transitioning to being strong. Like I don't know why everything had to be like good now at early game. Makes no sense. It's making everything the same. We should have strong early game and late game characters, and some that are just fine during the whole game. I really did become what I hated listening to at the end of Smite 1. I came back to Season 11, people were dooming the fuck out of the game. And somehow it just got even worse in Smite 2, and now I'm the same. Now I'm a doomer. People were right. They truly don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. Though, I was about to say, don't fucking die here. Keep scaling. Yeah, unfortunately, the sad truth about Smite competitive is probably just that it's over. Because so many pros quit the game. That if competitive comes back, you'll probably have like one or two really, really dominant teams. But dude, no one else, like, no one quote unquote new will be like a pro player, like anytime soon, because all the fucking good people left the fucking game. There's gonna be so little like competition. I think it's truly the sad part. There are definitely still good people left, but like you're gonna have like at least one or two teams that are just potentially just one team that are just so far beyond everyone else. Especially in EU. Like you can maybe make one godlike team in EU. That's it. I think there's definitely don't get me wrong. There's more than 5 really good EU players. I'm just saying that in terms of like a full on like each role, just godlike players in each role, I feel like you can only really make one, unless some others are coming back. Like, support is so lacking in EU. Quite literally all the good support players left the game. Not even joking. Some of them are kind of coming back though, I guess. Like Calvin is still around. I'm gonna pause real fast, because now I saw Sav get online. All I'm saying is, I don't want to go into the Sav Nika queue alone. That sounds like a fucking disaster. So... They just queued and the queue popped. Okay, so they missed it just barely. But looks like I'm probably just against Vivas and adapting instead. That's so much better, bro. That's so much better. Now I kind of wish that the Sav Nika queue ended up getting in this one. Oh well. Three Osiris bands. Oh, okay.
Select your god.
Okay, bruh.
E-set.
I'll grab the set then. E-set. What is the aspect again, by the way? No longer requires an enemy god hit to shield allies, and now applies transference to all allies' shields. Because no longer has damage scaling, but applies a movement speed auto allies. It no longer has damage scaling. But I'm building basically full tank anyway, so maybe I actually do this. Maybe this is an aspect situation even in solo. Yeah, because aspect is really OP. I'm fully aware of how OP this shit is in team fighting. It's just, I'm gonna be solo. So I'm gonna be alone for so long, so it will be a minus earlier on in the game when I don't have any scaling on my one. Because that is also my main source of damage. I'm gonna try it. I guess that's the best way to really find out. I'll try.
E-set.
See how it feels. These are actually some really clean mastery skins. I like them both. I think we'll go with the opal one though. Wait, what the fuck am I against? Baron, I guess? Yeah, okay, it's Baron, because adapting is mid, right? Not really an ideal matchup, to be honest with you there, but... What can you really do about it? Got some of my teammates and enemies last game. Nice. They were good. They were really good, right? They were really good, yeah? It's very scuffed. You should have just said yes. I think I'll still do Conduit though, because I need it for my early clear.
I'll save this for later.
Yes, smiley. Good. That's what I like to hear. It heals myself too, right? Holy shit, maybe this is a regrowth angle actually. Wait a minute. I can maybe cook with this. I forgot it has a heal on the one now. Can't really tell with full HP if it heals myself too.
Minions have spawned.
Not really feeling spite anymore, I don't know. Really boring now. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I do think it's in a pretty weird spot. Though I think, in my case, it is more that there's nothing new that came out that I'm really just hyped about. Like, there's nothing I want to just, holy fuck, I just want to play this character right now. There isn't anything like that.
Feel my wrath. Spices in me might just burn you.
What? Oh, he accidentally started with his 3? That is why he is not clearing very well. That is pretty tragic. Maybe I can get this because of it too. I do miss the extra auto damage on the like after you use the one. I definitely feel that because that really helps for clearing early.
Gagged right lane.
Enemies have returned to base.
Be careful left.
I don't know why we're really waiting for this gank, bro. You fucking backed. After that, you just gotta fucking dip.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean that was super not worth.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You guys suck. What? I only missed one thing in the end. I hit everything else. But Baron is just he's a shit character to gank if you rely on autos, because like he's so easy to. Well. No, I got hit by.
You lack the test, my friend. Perhaps you need to
Okay, now I suck. I ran out of mana, bro. That was so fucking unfortunate. That actually just was a kill. I straight up just ran out of mana.
feel my wrath.
Completed.
There's fucking nothing I can do about it now. That really sucks. I'm so annoyed about that. It's twice he should have died. I mean, I'm just gonna go brawlers. Like, what? Fuck it. I miss the healer again. It's on her jungle. I didn't even realize.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he's wasting all his poke on me, so.
The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain.
Unfucking believable with this fucking slow, bro. Fuck. Finally. Fucking finally. It's way too fucking hard. That's the body, by the way. Thank you.
Your middle
Fixed.
tower is under attack.
Sorry, I was too focused on my laning.
Enemy ultimate.
Someone just did. Oh, Uller did it. I was like, fucking on her isn't left.
Hey, be careful, lad. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
On my way.
Well, fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's actually still here. Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's just great. Lost a full wave to try and get something else on the opposite side and help out. Because we're just kind of dealing with an early jungle diff at the moment. You know what? I'll say this. Merrick is one of the few characters that actually do scale. His early game is weak. Granted, it's not complete shit, but it is weak. I'd argue that he is one of the biggest scalers in Smite 2. This is just looking so fucked in mid. Ow. Is someone coming to me? I don't fucking know. Why are you throwing him out of my ult? Holy fuck, man.
The enemy team has destroyed the goal. Your left tower is under attack.
I need a nap. Too much math. Math? You took too much math today. What does that even mean? Yeah, have a nice nap, man. Appreciate you stopping by as usual. Oh yeah, my ult also is gonna do just like fucking 0 damage. Fuck, maybe this isn't nicer for solo. Because it's gonna hurt my ability to deal, like, play her as a frontline, as like an aggressive frontline. And that is something I think she's actually pretty good at right now, with high cooldown. I don't really want to surrender just yet. What I want to do is gank duo and get Student Eye ahead.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
I guess I should just surrender. It was only a matter of time before he would show up and fuck up my day.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, solo just sucks, bro. Solo just fucking sucks. I wonder if it's the same in other MOBAs. If solo just sucks to solo queue.
Your right tower is under attack.
Probably does. Like in League, you're also just sitting by yourself. You probably rotate even less in League than you do in Smite.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm gonna see if I can TP over. How about? Go in! Deal damage! Kill him. Do it. Merc just needs to get the fuck in there. And we're missing everything. Okay, thank God we still got him. I mean, I think we can win this. We have fucking Iset, man. If I'm in the team fights, I think we can definitely win. I believe in us. We are pretty far ahead, or behind in gold, I would say.
Yes.
And at this point, I'll just let my team decide if they want to surrender or not. But I'm pretty sure they have hope now. Don't think Student Eye is getting his wish.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
We have vanquished a great foe. Kneel before me, foul creature.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
Can already smell them going to my lane. Need them to stay away. Ah, there he is.
Dodge this! Feel my wrath!
I'm trying to. Oh my fucking god. Guys, just get out. Stop over chasing. Like, we literally fought so long that they're just gonna kill us for staying. I was trying to get the fuck out, but my team kept going. Anyway, let's try regrowth. Surely this is good.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Wanna join a Minecraft server? I mean, I don't have Minecraft anyway. I'm not a Minecraft player. Recently, the same people I play Assault with also wanted to get me into Minecraft, but I just don't really think Minecraft is interesting to me anymore. So, it's mainly that. Really difficult to befriend. I mean, aren't we already friends though? We're past that. No need to befriend a friend. Hit that fucker.
Has been slain.
On my way.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Side.
Switch it up. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Just keeping them busy while we're doing golds. Now I can leave. Like to be able to DM my friends. Fair. I mean, you can just like you can still have me on Discord though. I'm fine with like. Don't you already have me as a friend on Discord?
Enemies at the fire giant.
Ultimate is ready.
I mean, where are you guys? Why are we just leaving? Why are we all back in at the same time? Fucking hell, bro. What a stupid way to just lose the game like that. My Vulcan's fucking dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's so tilting. It's kind of an in jump. We'll take it.
Your Titan is under attack.
I'm up in 5.
Your Titan is under attack.
Tempted by sugar, eh? Feel my wrath.
And I'm dead.
Enemy has been slain.
Once again, we're just over chasing for literally no reason. I'm just trying to get the fuck out. I'm surprised I didn't die early though, not gonna lie. This game sucks. I didn't feel like I was W king that much in that fight. I was just kind of zoning them out. But when I was trying to get out, they went in again. Then just me being me tends to just do it. Unfortunate. At least they get to get one.
Under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Whatever. It doesn't matter anyway. What actually does my ult do?
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Well, in the aspect, it does less damage, so I actually forgot what the trade-off is. Yeah, no damage. Okay, no damage scaling. I can't really see anything on this. Ult isn't mentioned. Unless it just says ult. Maybe the ult is the same then. It's so boring, bro. I'm so fucking confused. Huge autos? Nice. That's actually really huge. That might just save the game, potentially. Like, Merc just runs around and dies. Like, what are we doing? It's so fightable if you play around me. It's just so frustrating. They literally can't do shit. If I'm... Like, if they're initiating on us and I'm ready to peel, we win the fight by default. But we don't want to stick around. Like, Merc just keeps trying to do solo shit. It's ranked, I get it. Sometimes we have, like, solo play mentality, but Jesus Christ. Please just group. I did do, like, potentially, like, not game winning, but like game saving play by saving Studna in that fight. He got a huge heal. I think I'm just gonna try and keep Studna alive in these fights. That's the best I can do.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack. left phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower. Your left phoenix is under attack.
Baron ult down. Merc, can you just play with us? I feel like you keep running around alone. We just need to pick up targets. We shouldn't be chasing.
Your titan is under attack.
Like, I'm the only one getting Baron ulted every single fight. So, like, I feel like we should be able to take advantage of that.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Like, Vulcan was also just out of position there. Like, I don't know how he died, but that really sucks if we lose our big mage damage.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Guess I should go boar if I keep getting Baron ulted. It's partly on me.
Retreat!
Your right phoenix is destroyed.
Stay back!
The pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. The enemy team
I
has
need so
destroyed
much
the
for boar, though.
pyromancer. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Man, fucking Ganesh makes me unable to play the game. This felt so winnable until they just did the random fire giant call, and I don't know what the fuck happened after that.
Defeat.
That's so boring, man. That's so boring that that's how they ended up winning it. Because it wasn't even a good call from them. Well, let me rephrase that. It was a good call, but my team just all backed at the same time. So they just got it for free. Wow, insta-Q. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say in a game like that if the aspect really did anything for me. I feel like I played about the same. I just did less damage. That's literally the only difference I felt. So I'm not really too sure. And cab is open. Well. I mean, am I not just giga cooked here? No matter what I do? Because it's cap aspect?
Select your god.
Scylla and play safe. I mean, I think Neath would be the best option if I had to go, like, try-hard mode. It's gotta be the Neath. Hate Neath, she can be hard to play. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like Neath is so mind-blowingly easy that anyone can do what she does. The Odin got picked. I'm bad with skill shots. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, her one, sure. Like, I can see that. Her one can be somewhat difficult to hit at times. But the rest of her kit isn't. You know, her ult is an auto hit. Her 2 is a big circle. Her 3 is unmissable if they're, you know, just in front of you. And realistically, the 1 is quote-unquote the least important one to hit. As long as you hit the 1, or the 2 rather, into a 3, then you've done your job. You just want to explode the weaves. Your 3 gives you bad positioning for a bit, makes you play more aggressive. Well, it doesn't really make you do any of those if you don't have to. And she's incredibly hard to chase as a result of her backflip also having a massive slow tied to it. His 2 gods are gone. He used to say he liked playing Amma. But I guess Amma is bad now. The fuck do I even build in this character anymore? Maybe I just go Book of Thoth. Ship book character.
You can never go wrong with more LEDs.
I'll actually just grab a normal ward. Conduit gem? Yeah, you're probably right.
Thanks. Well, hello there.
If you played Amma into that team, I would think you were trolling. But he picked Thana solo. I think it's about as troll as playing the Amma, to be honest. Well, not entirely. I think that Thana is more useful. Late game, at least. But I don't think Amma is as bad as people are making her out to be. She still has a really powerful teamfight aura that you can play around, but Obviously, that's the big keyword, isn't it? Playing around that, playing around anything in ranked isn't really reliable.
Well, hello there.
No.
Oh, hello there.
Minions have spawned.
Well, let's see what the cap aspect is up to early game. And I fucking missed. It's definitely good wave clear early, that's for sure.
Enemy spotted.
Nice work.
Incredible.
Yeah, my jungle isn't really coming for that. I'm just like, we gave him both neutral cams, man.
Vista, amigo.
Isn't it?
Nice work.
Enemy has been slain.
Fear not, for I
Enemy
will save
missing
you.
middle.
Don't be glum. You're welcome. It's no problem.
Like, he's probably 5 on this. Nope. Okay, that's good. He will hit 5 on the wave, the next wave, 100% though. And I still don't really think that I am.
The rain shall wash them away.
Actually, I guess I am. Unless, I mean, no, now I missed the big one. Now I definitely am not.
Dance with me.
Too bad, isn't it? Cancel that.
Be careful. Enemies incoming. Okay.
I can't really help out on that.
Retreat. Enemy ultimate.
The party don't stop.
An enemy has
Nice
been
work.
slain.
Out of mana.
Double kill.
My jet.
The fact that it still cripples is kind of insane to me. Did we seriously still just give him a range cripple? Why not? Doesn't matter anyway. Who cares?
No, thanks. Okay,
That's a bummer.
no problem.
Follow me.
On my way. Thanks, completed.
Let's get this rave started.
Bind it shut.
Thanks.
The weirdest thing to me is just kept racking with stealth, like, and it's not Helm of Darkness, so like, he just always has it. That's the weirdest thing for me to get used to. Like, suddenly he can just literally be in my face. Because I'm just not used to it in my head. I don't think about it like that.
Enemy missing middle.
On my way. May the sinners be damned.
The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain. There is strong.
Enemy missing middle.
Too bad, isn't it? Ultimate is down. Amen.
There's too many people in mid. Can't really do anything about it right now.
Keep up. Enemies incoming left.
On my way. Follow me. Attack.
Enemy missing.
On my way. Follow me.
Yes. Take this jungle buff. You're welcome. Incredible. I will not devour you at the end of this war.
Don't stop.
Salvation.
Your left tower is under attack.
Behind us.
The party's this way.
Enemy has been slain.
Rejoice, for I
Okay. Good thing it just does like 5 million damage and has no cooldown. That's cool.
Well, I've never been to a party like this.
I don't know when it's down. Like, it feels like it's just fucking spamming it.
Fabuloso! Oh, they hit like a baby.
Ultimate is ready. Missing right.
Enemy has been slain.
Bind it shut.
Get this
Peeling
raid
ult.
started.
Enemy ultimate down. Fear not, for I will save you.
Worries. This is my jam. Keep up.
Amen.
Enemies incoming.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane. Take this jungle bomb. May the sinners be damned. Cancel that. Fear not, for I will save you. On my way.
Turn it up.
Curses.
I have done so little this game, but I've gotten a good amount of kills just because of my ult.
On my way. Curses.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is
Fear
under
not,
attack.
for I am you. He's behind us. He's behind us. Fear not.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Man, what the fuck? They just said, let's just kill this guy. Let's just go and not go on anyone else. Somehow no one else is losing HP for it too. Where's my help? It's probably a Baron double kill.
Jaguar. Ooh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sinners be damned.
Get this rave started.
No, my assist.
Enemy has
Or
been
my kill.
slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is my jam.
It shut. Attack the Titan. May the sinners be damned. Salvation at last.
Party don't stop.
Left lane. Okay.
The teleport is so weird too. It feels so out of place because he literally just teleports. There's no like animation for it or like. Odin. Fuck, man. I was trying to bait time for my backflip.
You are a humble fire giant indeed. Let us rejoice. I'll defend the fire giant. Cancel that. I'll defend left lane.
It's so fucked up Odin shows up when I backflips the other way.
Curses. Retreat. Be right back.
The party don't stop.
Be careful, left. On my way.
Keep up.
For I will save you. One must not be distracted by past.
I'ma make it break.
Ta-da! Come! The party's this way.
Very good.
Attack fire
You're
giant.
the illest.
Rejoice, for I am your salvation.
The party don't stop. This is my jam.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Be careful, right.
Follow me.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's the spirit.
Fuck. Neith looking pretty fun. No, she's just... She's truly one of the mid laners of all time. She's just such an AFK character where you can still get so much value just because of the ult.
Enemies incoming right.
I'll attack the Gold Fury.
Holy what the fuck?
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away.
Enemies behind us.
The party don't stop. Are you kidding me?
Fear not.
Let's get this rave started.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I'll attack middle lane.
I'll be the distraction, I guess.
Gold Fury, your left tower is under attack.
Do fight your best.
Well, hello there.
What was that, man? I was even... that wasn't even bad for us.
Is under attack.
I just got fucking trembled. But yeah, Nectura, Neith becomes this one-shot, like... You can, if your team is winning, she's just even better, because you can use with the ult, but if she's actually get to late game, she just fucking one-shots people. Like, she's definitely one of the biggest, like... She's one of the most OP mid laners you can play right now. 100%. If you're good at Merlin is also really good. Fucking just solo carrying, but... Jesus Christ. I think in terms of just pure brokenness, I think Neith is probably the #1 mid laner.
Jam.
Your right tower is under attack.
Turn it up.
There's the spirit.
Your right tower is under attack.
This will not do.
Forgive me, for I have the giant. Yes.
On my way.
Gank middle lane.
Free your soul.
The party don't stop. Get this raid started. Keep up. My jam.
Destroyed the fire. Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Fare thee well. Rejoice, for I am your salvation.
Keep up.
The rain shall wash them away.
Middle enemy tower.
Wow, what an asshole.
Enemy has been slain.
Fucking hell, dude, I'm missing everything here.
They hit like a babe.
I'ma make you wait. The party don't stop. My jam is up.
Slain an enemy.
Retreat completed.
Free your soul.
Trying to spam my shit.
The rain shall wash them away.
Get this raid started.
I need jungle buff. Fear not, for I will be. Rejoice, for I am your salvation. I need the jungle buff.
These fights are very split. Like I'm almost in. It's so weird because I feel like I almost end up trying to peel, but I really should. I did just miss too much in Uller though. The point blank one was really bad.
On my way. Group up.
Okay, now was the perfect place. You're right. It just sucks when it's something very, very obvious. Like point blank one on Neath should just hit. Like it's a hard ability to miss unless you're right in front of them. Not to mention, if I get him there, my Jingwei doesn't die. You know. So I think it was a pretty big misplay. I won't like hang on every single skill shot. You know, hitting obviously. That's fine. It's fine to miss stuff, but that one was a pretty big one. It led to some unfortunate events.
Enemies have returned to base. On my way, gank.
Enemy has been slain.
The spirit.
End of this war.
Didn't even get to ult.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
The party don't stop. Too much jumping.
Ally has been slain.
Holy, okay, that's probably the crits from Jingwei. I was like, what the fuck is that damage? Surely that's a kill there. Nice.
Wash them away.
Attack fire giant.
It was a pretty bad like initiate. I don't think we should have.
That's a bummer.
Probably a pretty bad initiate overall.
Be silent.
I'ma make it work.
The pyro has arrived.
Do have every lane pushing as well, actually, which is
Your left
kind of
tower
unfortunate.
is under
Probably losing a left tower here.
Your left tower is under attack. Destroyed the fire. Oops.
I don't even know what I would actually buy. Probably just a Signet, so my ult potentially can do a bit more. I feel like I'm just an ult bot this game. Because of Tremors always keeping me at low HP, I can't really go in very well. And the only one ever going on me is Odin, and it's so easy for him to just jump back out.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Incredible. Attack the Gold Fury.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing.
Ultimate is ready.
Fare thee well.
I'ma make it quake.
That was close.
The party don't stop.
Split push.
This will not do. The party.
Ow, man.
Retreat. Retreat.
Enemy ultimate down.
Retreat from the jungle.
Fuck, my one missed somehow. That's tragic.
I'ma make it quake.
Incredible.
Ta-da.
Sinners be damned. Enemies have returned to base.
The party don't stop.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Be right back.
It's like playing a horror game right now. I'm sorry guys, I'm not really looking much at chat, because holy fuck. Just leave my eyes on cap at all times.
Let's get this raid started. Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful. Be careful.
have so many sentries.
Free your soul.
Slain him. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Fabuloso. Oh, my horrific.
So basic.
Enemies behind us.
I was just too low. Not much I could do about it. Like, I mean, 400 damage isn't really much. So that's just all the HP I had left.
Incredible.
I thought he backed, so I was just trying to get the fuck out.
Incredible.
No.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I mean, they have to just hotfix this. Like, this fucking aspect.
Enemy missing.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
The party don't stop.
Enemy missing. Curses.
It's my jam. Let's get this raid started.
Wash them away.
The party's here.
Enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready. Incredible. The ultimate down.
Holy fuck, his shield was up, I guess.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the fire giant. On my way.
On my
On
way.
my way.
Fucking, I'm just buying fucking chalice so I can heal back up a little bit. It's so fucked up. Oh my god, the cripple stopped my backflip. I don't fucking believe it. That's just a kill on your mojo otherwise.
So basic.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been restored.
More here.
Gank middle lane.
Ultimate is ready. Turn it up.
The party
This is just so boring, man. Like, either have Cap fucking behind us or Uller behind. It's a 2 for 2 so far, though. Nice. Dude, this game as a backliner is so shit, bro. We're just all the biggest targets, and all these tanks are just running around having the best time of their lives.
Bind it shut.
I'm spending a lot of time here. 45-minute game.
Middle enemy finished.
It's cooking with his Cap. I mean, it's not hard to do right now. Don't get me wrong, Adaptin is a super skilled player, but if they had like a good frontline this game, we can't, like, we just lose by default because this Cap aspect is so fucking broken. You just press 3 and do 1,000. Like, it's straight up. It's like the Shibbolunki issue once again. They're just giving one ability all the damage in the entire kit, and that's all you need to do, like, a lot of damage. It just doesn't make any sense. It's so badly designed.
Your right tower is under attack.
One must not be distracted by
Oh, he's the wrong team.
The pyromancer has arrived.
incredible.
Cancel that.
Wait, we need warriors. I need the jungle.
The party don't stop.
It's time. Free your soul.
Ah, I couldn't find a target to fucking go on. If he gets this kill, it is worth it.
Enemy has been slain.
Spirit.
Can we play again?
I should have just ulted Umoja in that fight, just to get it off. It's either that or just like quickly ages. What even did as much damage to me? This character is support, by the way. I just got sold by Umoja. Fun. Oh, she's actually... Dude, she is a lot of damage. She's like half damage build. Fucking hell. I should actually just focus her more then. What the fuck? Well, Thana's one will always do damage because it does a certain amount of percentage damage. So if you're hitting a target with a lot of HP, then yeah, I mean, it's gonna do damage. It's just how it is.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Oh, we got a Phoenix as well, actually. Didn't even realize. Guess that's been a while, though. Does give us an advantage in this upcoming fight.
You're welcome. I am inevitable. Enemy spotted.
Let's get this raid started.
And it was blocked. He beats, though.
May the sinners be inevitable.
The party don't stop.
Be like devour you at the end of this world.
Turn it up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank. Attack the fire. Cancel that. Be silent.
Be sure to grab some brew.
Enemy spotted.
Retreat.
Retreat.
Ultimate is down.
Be right. Be careful. Incredible.
Keep up.
Your right tower is under attack.
Sucks, man. It's just so hard.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
I need the jungle buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in middle lane. I need the jungle buff.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack. Completed.
Let's get this raid started.
Get a red buff. Yes.
Fear not, for I will save you. Okay. Attack the fire giant. Yes.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Gank. Retreat. I must not be distracted by past misgivings.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful. Be careful.
Ally has been slain.
Save yourself. Be careful.
Incredible.
Still won that trade just because we got a Phoenix.
There's the spirit.
I need the jungle buff. Let us rejoice.
This is my jam.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Retreat.
Ultimate is ready.
Wait. Enemy spotted.
Get this rave started.
Attack.
Rain shall wash them away.
Dance with me.
Be sure to grab. Attack the top bug.
Under attack.
Excellent.
Your right tower is under attack.
What a fucking hard-fought battle. Goddamn.
Victory.
Bow down to your king.
Holy! What the fuck? Holy Jesus Christ. 160k? Brother. God damn. Oh, okay. Did I get baby gamed? Wait. Oh, did Nika stop? Adapting didn't get a Q. Where am I? No, I was first pick. I was going for it. I want to try it. I haven't gotten to try it yet. Man, what the fuck do I pick now? Actually, a set's open. I'll do non-aspect this time though. Could have gone some Wukong. Yeah, but I just don't enjoy him right now. And I don't really like him much when I solo queue, because if I go Wukong, sure, I might be able to carry if I get late game, but the last few times I've gone Wukong, my team has already lost the game by the time I get the chance to rotate. It feels so shit. I would rather just completely dumpster my lane then, on like a strong pressure pick, and then have some kind of fight back potential. But I just don't have that on Wukong, because a lot of the times you just end up giving up your lane. If you're going int anyway. If you're going strength, then I mean, I think strength Wukong is just okay. It's good, but it's not like it's not Yorm, you know. It's not Yorm. It's not Bellona. It's not Osiris type stuff. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I don't want to give a set to anyone. I think she's way too annoying. And if I'm me as a tank player, I am the one who's gonna get silenced and stunned every fucking fight. I don't want to deal with it. So yeah, I would rather just pick it than anything else. Okay, so this is a very different lobby from the last one. Fenrir? Well, should be pretty easy to stop his brutalize, I'll say that much.
I'll save this for later.
I did not mean to press it, bro. I don't have a TP now. On the bright side, I used it very early, so maybe it's gonna be back by the time I need it, but... Fuck. F-A-C-K. Fuck. Lane lost. No joke, actually. Straight up, not a joke. If I fuck up early, then yes, my lane is so fucked. Because if I need that TP and I don't have it, I'm cooked. It's fine. They don't know. So if you don't die early, yeah. I suppose it's not even dying necessarily, it's also just losing a fight. If I'm stuck in my tower or some shit, then I need HP. I'm sure it's probably okay. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Minions.
Overall, I think we're kind of cooked. Like, these two people are just gonna run around together, and that's gonna be an Aphrodite stuck to a potentially very fed Thor. It might be a fucked up game, this one.
Feel my wrath.
We'll see. I just gotta make sure that I win lane, you know? No problem. It's pretty easy when you just one-shot the wave. Whoops. That's beats. I'll take it. Game plan is 1, win lane, 2, win game. They don't often go hand in hand, but I believe in us this time. I'm gonna keep zoning him actually. What? How the fuck did that interrupt my one? I pressed it while I was stunned.
Falling back. Be right back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, well, good to know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We have vanquished a great foe.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate is incoming. Out of mark. Die. Cancel that.
Stay back.
Not sure how we're pausing, but let's do it. You have more bannable gods? Do we? I mean, that's 3 on their team.
Ally has left the game.
We have Janus, Odin, Aset, sure. Janus is still like on the edge, if it's worth it or not. I guess Bats as well is pretty good, but I'm not sure if I put him in the bannable category. They have Merlin, Neath, Afro. That being said, this is a Neath ADC, so their objective damage is kind of shit, actually. So that is a plus. I would say that's a negative in their comp. They definitely don't like front lines. I mean, Fenrir, Thor with a potential of an Aphrodite stuck to them is real bad for us. But again, I am Aset, and I actually kind of counter 2 of them, so... At least there is that. You can stick around, buddy, if you want. You're losing this tower whether you want to or not.
Retreat left lane.
Let the minions finish it off. Okay, what do we got? There is healing, but I'm not sure I wanna... I think I just do this. Just get a prophetic.
No problem.
No problem. Definitely don't want to skip out on the prophetic again.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just take me, bro. I don't care.
Your middle tower.
We're really still dying somewhere else when I'm 2v1 over here? Seriously?
Your left tower is under attack.
Get him! He's 1 HP! No! That hurts my soul.
I need the jungle buff.
I'm doing my usual stupid thing again, where I just go... Actually, wait. Red zone. How are you dying in mid when there's 3 on me? What are we doing, dude? At least here I'm sitting. Okay, it's fine. They can at least get him in mid. If bots is lagging, it's just unfortunate, but Jesus Christ, dude. It's even a good fight if they come to me. I have them under my thumb. We can just fight. Fuck. It feels so free on my side. But it's only going to get worse. As Thor and Afro start showing up, but like... That sucks. I'm gonna try leveling my ult here. I usually don't. I kind of like just leveling the 2 just for poke, but
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Feel my wrath.
Enemy has been slain.
I will protect you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
yeah. I think we just surrender it. It's cooked.
Your left tower is under attack.
Side lanes are getting soloed at this point, and we're not surrendering. Man. I'm trying to fight just because I feel like my lane was the only one winning, but my beats was not in time. That was kind of unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Stay back. Come into the light. That was a close one. Stay back. Enemy slain.
No, it's not possible.
Somehow, the Janus... Wait, actually, is that support? It is support. I mean, okay. Doesn't matter then. It doesn't matter. I can outplay 3 of them, it doesn't fucking matter, because there isn't a team here. Get me out, please. Break time after this match? No, I'll probably do like one more, I think, but then I'm kind of out of time anyway. It's not like I'm not having fun, it's just... It's just slightly frustrating that I don't have a team, like, at all. But it's not like that's gonna change next time I stream. That's why you should duo queue with someone, because at least you feel like you have one player with you. Surrender, man.
The rain shall wash them away.
Surrender or I leave next time. Let's see if this works.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go on the Merlin instead of the Fenrir that's tank. Oh my. Well done. Actually, no, that's good. Maybe they're demotivated now. Let's surrender. It might be an AFK like situation though. I might just have to go AFK. I can watch the championship tournament instead then. Because this game is definitely a waste of time.
Destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, when I solo queue, I should just accept that I should go mid. Because I can't really do much as solo. Like, I don't have any impact on my games. If I actually want to try and win and potentially carry, I have to go mid.
Your left tower.
How is Zed in solo? She is good. It's hard to say. I haven't met a good player with a set yet, but how long does beats last?
Middle tower is under attack.
I'll take some free beats though.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Like, she has a fuck ton of damage early on. That's like she's not bad in solo, definitely. I don't think so. And this character is just so powerful. If you manage to get her into a late game team fight, like, she's insanely good. I don't know why beats. I don't think he kills me if he bites me anyway. The Odin is AFK. I'm tempted. Definitely tempted. I mean, I'm just fucking around anyway. Like, surely we just surrender the next one. I'm still entertained by playing a set.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Maybe Merlin is actually killable. He is pretty low now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, I wanted to see. I know, I just wanted to see. I wanted to see if I could kill 4. For a full tank set though, that is some pretty good damage. It's not bad. With how you're building, would aspect actually be better for late game prot scaling? It is better for late, but I'm giving up so much damage early on, which is what I tried last time I played a set. And it's not bad, don't get me wrong, but I definitely felt the damage problem during my laning phase. All did 0 damage? Sure. It wasn't charged up, but yeah. I mean, Butts was lagging for some reason, that's just unfortunate, like shit happens. But the fact that the duo lost so hard as well, that I was ganked twice by the Thor and or Aphrodite at the same time, and still winning the trades. If that was a single person rotating, we win that trade. But it's not really much to do in that situation. How much is the goat? Nothing you can do. I don't really think that's the reason here, though. Like, it's not just Calvin, it happens in other games as well. Like, it happens a lot. I feel like when my duo lane loses a lot, I tend to get visited by the support way too often, and that just fucks my lane. But this is my 2 issue. Because these fucking teleporters exist. So you can just play, fucking do whatever the fuck you want and just TP to the other side of the map if you need it there. They're just annoying. I'll see if I can get the cap aspect just once, but otherwise I will probably just play mage, I think. I wish there was one of the really fun aggressive mages early game in Smite 2 yet. Like Maman or Raijin. Not Maman, Morgan Le Fay. Because I think all the mages currently, none of them are particularly great early game. Like, Esset definitely is. She's one. That's also why I think she's fun in solo right now. Zeus is one, I think. But I've played him so much already. I kind of want something else. Morrigan can work, depends on the matchup. And that's about it. The rest you're kind of risking a lot if you want to be aggressive early. I wish Hekate was good early, but she would be so broken if she was. She's already strong enough late. Zhong would be very fun, yeah, I'm down for some Zhong Kui. I don't miss Discordia though. I just found her really annoying, but I mean, once again, frontline main, you know. Discordia and Hera. Hera I fucking hate. She's legitimately so high on my list of characters I wish they just removed. Right below Afro. At least that's what it was in Smite 1. Did the Kubis players die off? I think they did after all the healing nerfs, yeah. Because now he just doesn't fucking heal anything. And it's the one thing he did well. Fucking heals nothing. Zhong with Pig, yeah, I mean, Zhong would be really good in the current meta. I mean, assuming he had decent damage. I really kind of want to play Tsukuyomi though. Fuck, maybe do a Tsukuyomi game. Wait a minute. I need 25. I'm gonna try and get Tsukuyomi. I think it's a Tsukuyomi mid angle. Is adapting solo queuing? Or is he still with Vivas? I see. Well, dude, did I might have actually just gotten baby gamed like before because I think it's okay. Still with Vivas, but yeah, I mean that's the good queue is where they are now. So people just stopped, I guess. Though I mean Nika and Sav, I mean they did stop, so they're not in the queue. Oh, well, this seems decent. I'll ban the set. I don't want to play against it if I'm not. I don't want to play it in mid. I don't actually like her as a mage. Yes.
Select your god.
Tsukuyomi.
Yes. No, didn't Nika and Saf stop? Like, Nika isn't streaming anymore. So I guess he had a short stream today. Or am I just crazy? No, he is live. Why the fuck does he say he's not? He's also in the game. Bro, what the fuck? I just got baby game then. I have lost a lot, so like it's not surprising, I guess. I'm below 5k again after all the fucking losses. And last time me and Adapting had a session, well, yesterday, we kind of had a big losing streak towards the end. So it's not that surprising. It just sucks, regardless, that I got baby gamed. Missed out on the good fun queue. It's tragic. Yeah, I don't know who could be on the enemy team, but the thing is, if I'm what? I'm 4.8 or 9 at this point. I haven't checked today, but that means these boys are probably maybe around the same or lower. Well, they are lower either way, but maybe a lot lower. So I think it makes sense. Like, the matchmaking isn't really a problem here. It's just they're a lot lower than they probably should be. And I think Calvin just came back too. Calvin hasn't really played much. Winter has been on and off. They do have a Snot. This is actually not even a bad queue, I think. This is a pretty decent queue. I don't know who my Jingwei is, though. That's the only thing. Suki better strength or int? I think they're both interesting. Better probably with strength, because you have the stun and the movement speed on the 2, which you lose if you go int, which is the main reason. But personally, I like int more, so I will go int. I think int is just more fun. With Poly and the Caltrops doing a lot more damage. Like, Caltrops scale very heavily with int.
This world has become corrupted, descending towards madness. Now more than ever, my divine rule must be enforced.
I might just go shell this game. There isn't something that I quote-unquote need. Actually, no, I would actually need beats. Capri is kind of scary. Fuck it. I think I have to just go beats. I don't know if I would go...
Finely crafted.
Like, thinking about my build. Is he a Book of Thoth character? I don't know. I could try it, just to see. Like, go Book into Gem of Focus, into then Poly. I might just try that. Fuck, if I do that, I also just delay Gem of Focus. Not Gem of Focus, Soul Gem. The other gem. Shit, I'll just have to wait and see. What is the game with the aspect? All his ranged autos become the white ones, which scale more with int, and his ultimate will no longer dash between targets, except for once. They'll dash once, and then he will go back to the original casting spot. I forgot that thing spawned earlier. It's so weird. W gold lead. I'll take it. Get the bots. Fuck.
This won't miss.
Your right tower is under attack.
My Getsu burn bright.
Nowhere to run.
Very good.
Red buff, you asshole. Bot gets in that shoots though. I'll take it. It's not a stun bot actually. I was about to say, you should. Oh my god, he's losing the 1v1. Man. Oh man.
Watch your step. Shingetsu, strike! This won't miss. Burn bright. Done to perfection.
Not sure why I went in on that.
Lay a hand on
His beats too. For a second I thought I was cooked, because I was like, yeah, he probably has Aegis. But good for me to know that he doesn't.
Gank right lane. Set up an ambush here. Follow me.
Good juke. Keep running, little monkey. Keep running.
Enemy has been slain.
Ten seconds on that.
Watch your step.
Kind of poked now.
And rain shall wash them away.
He's definitely just waiting in the bush. We'll take the long way.
Thanks. Enemy missing middle.
Tower is under attack.
Still knows.
This won't miss.
Okay. I can play up. Nemo's in right. Oh, never mind. I was joking.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shingetsu, strike!
Your right tower is under
This
attack.
won't miss. Watch your step.
Akatágni dash. Bízegni.
There's no running from me.
These trespassers.
Agni beads.
Stay composed. Do not let them see you waver.
think I need the cooldown more than anything else right now.
Do you have TP? Okay,
Yeah.
you have TP. Because otherwise I was about to do your wave so you don't waste too much timing.
Are the rocks up?
Oh, I don't know, I didn't check. I'm bullying the Agni right now, he just dashed away. I gotta look for the rock. Careful on mid.
Red
Oh,
should
okay,
be up
good.
as well, actually. Keep it backed.
Rock is down anyway. Ban you, Capri as well. This should be fine. Like, they are scared of me. Just run. You have to run away as fast as you can.
We can fight this if Bellona's here.
I am fine. Like, I'm actually very fine.
I get dashed.
No Capri ult, so we should be able to kill them all.
Odin behind us. Odin all down. That really sucks. My bad, didn't realize Odin was gonna be here too. It's just unfortunate timing that Odin shows up there.
Enemy ultimate down.
My ult also wasn't up for that whole exchange, which really makes it hard for me to actually go back in. I think bot survives too.
Your right tower is under attack.
We lost by 1.
Red should be up. Yeah, it's up. I'll probably take it, I think, if you share one. Look for nuggets. It's up.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why is he just leaving the wave? Bots could have taken this. That's all 3 Agni bombs.
How dare they lay a hand on me?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Agni beats? I don't know if Agni beats, but they use Capri ult. And obviously shell. I'm tipping left, by the way. I don't have shell, but I'm around. You could
I
have
can
dashed
rotate
in.
on this if you want to kill him.
No. Just go back. Like, it's super important for you to farm, then rotate. You are the hyper carry.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shingetsu, strike!
I want to fight because I know we can fight, but it is a bit awkward.
Red just spawned. Bind the Agni. Ah. So lucky. My bad.
That's fine.
Ah, that's been done as well. That's cooked.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Nemesis here on the left.
Watch your step.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm just gonna try to stack, by the way. My clock.
On my way.
We're both coming in right. I mean, this is fucked for them. What are they doing?
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
For me.
Acting no dash.
Bees Agni.
You move like a
I kind of fucked my ult. I missed my last flick so I could get out, but luckily for me, Acne just missed his shit anyway.
The rain shall wash them away.
Just run Gamehunter.
I'm just being a little bitch. Kind of want this wave for our back.
Watch your step.
Odin is coming left.
Be careful left.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm gonna TP left here.
On my way.
Alright, so much for that assist.
Blink
Fuck.
ult oi.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
This won't let me get you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I mean, my bad, I guess. I thought that was gonna be a better fight.
Where to run.
Turns out I should have TP'd mid instead. Because they all just went fucking mid when I TP'd left. I need to get pen.
Shingetsu. Strike.
Give me that extra movement speed.
They hit like a baby.
Wait, I just realized. The Nagas have been removed. I literally did not even realize. But that's obviously because of the ritual thing. But there's no more Naga on the map. fuck that was from bots, but
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
You can probably just back. I'm gonna just defend by my own.
yeah, sure. I'll just push up another
They are
one.
it's 1v4 by the way, like.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
They are coming by the way, Gamehunter now.
Yeah, I'm running. When I
They are
actually
3
get
in mid,
in,
they wanna do pyro after.
I'm TPing. We need to
Get
stop. We
rid of-
definitely need to like just group with bots.
Odin Sender. Oh, nice.
Ally has been slain.
Okay, she's still at beats, I guess. And then beats down. Did he just cook himself? He did.
Enemy has
W.
been slain.
It's unfortunate that Kepri got out in time as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I mean, this should be just be a kill. Get him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shotgun him. W.
Rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why is my blood pressure still high from screaming yesterday? I mean, you probably put your body under a lot of stress. That shit can take time to heal, you know?
Shingetsu, strike! Shingetsu, burn bright!
Jaguar. Ooh.
Nemesis just in mid again. I need to stop walking up. He did mention he's just stacking his prophetic when he takes damage. I shouldn't even walk up. I keep thinking like maybe he wants to maybe initiate on something, but
Never forget.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Are you sure it's not edible?
Sugar thunderstorm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This won't miss.
Never forget.
step.
I'm just being run at. I am literally being W keyed. This could still be a good fight. I mean, maybe if we didn't chase this far. We helped out. This would have been probably a double kill down below instead of getting the Capri. Yeah, I should did get him. I kind of felt like I wall cramped that fight. Like Odin just walked at me. He should have died for it though, by the way, just Capri ult. And fair enough, not much you can do about that. But still. Can't help but feel like I kinda got wall cramped in that fight. I did try to use my ult just to buy time too, but the only target I could really go to without just dying was Odin. At least I thought so. Maybe I could have done more damage.
Enemies incoming left.
If I just went on someone else.
Save yourself. I'll attack right lane.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
But no, I guess just in terms of build, I actually don't like this very much. I don't like Book of Thoth on him.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Magetsu burn bright.
Oei, en Agni no daar. They are doing pyro, but
Odin just wants to ring me, I'm just kind of waiting for him to use it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting Odin ring on cooldown. It is my own fault, like I know he's gonna do it. Literally know he's gonna do it. The thing is, it's literally making them lose fights because of it too. Because he's ringing me and pretty much only me, everyone else is just having fun in the back. If you use that Odin ring to zone the Bellona off, they probably just don't win the fight. But who knows? Maybe my impact on these fights are so big that they would just insta-lose if I didn't die in these fights. You never know.
This
Someone else can take this red, by the way.
Watch your step.
They're on pyro, so it's fine.
Banketsu, burn bright.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking who yields.
Watch your step.
Take this jungle buff.
You can take it. I have theirs.
Okay. Ward here.
They do have a very, like, anti-Tsukuyomi, like, into Tsukuyomi specifically, because Nem can just always... I don't have CC for her too, is
The
my point.
pulse
I have
of
shield
divinity.
for 3. So she can just go on me without really, like... She counters everything that I do. I don't have CC to remove the shield. That's pretty much it. Nemesis will generally win those types of matchups.
But we should slam it. Like the Agni is not around. We should do this fight. We should fight. We should.
The rain shall wash them away. The enemy has been slain.
Just run. Don't chase. We should
Fire-
do
fire
slam
should just be
FG.
free.
Like Capri has to back. He's 1
Yeah,
HP.
it's
They're
free.
all 1 HP. We should just slam FG. Nice job. Oh, the dagger! 101 took
No,
the
no,
dagger!
took it. Just walked over and took it.
Splash mid now.
That's so fucked up, man. No one fucking took it. I was like, I'm not gonna take it. I'm fucking dying anyway. Like, Bologna probably should be the one with it, realistically.
Elona in the Nemesis in left jungle. Gotta be careful. Oh, never
She's
mind.
mid
She's
now.
in. Just focus Phoenix. It's more important than anything else. Don't have shell. Just back off now. We just back
he
and
only
we do
rings
gold.
me.
No, we're back and we do gold. Oh, if you wanna do gold, you can do gold now, but for the tempo, it's probably better to back and then we do gold and stuff.
Yeah, I like backing more now.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
My mouse sensitivity fucked off. I kind of want to do a Dreamer's Idol into a big ult. That sounds good. If I was fully trying this game though, I probably would have went Helm of Darkness just so he can get out of the Odin Ring. Because holy fuck, he's in love with me.
The enemy team has
Bots, can I get
destroyed the
speed?
pyromancer.
Or do you want
Your
it?
left tower
What'd you say?
I'm just asking bots if you want speed or I can take it. I don't think he has
You
comms on
probably
though.
have to increase a bit your mag, by the way, Gamehunter. Like it's very low.
Thanks.
The spirits guide me.
I can turn my own mic up a little bit. Is it better now?
Yeah, a bit. If you can increase it just a little bit more, it will be perfect. But it's better than now. better than before. So.
Might fuck it up. I can't turn up more than this, because then it's gonna glitch
Yeah,
out.
it's definitely better. Like it's definitely better.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
2 behind. I did so much damage with my 2, what the fuck? It did a 1k? Yeah, it did 1k to Acne. I still got cooked though. Probably shouldn't have gone in after I got the kill.
Wash them away. Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
I don't know if we can do much.
Yeah, I think just get tier 2 and then the right and then back up.
Yeah. The thing is, like, this Agni is doing way too much work. Like, it's so annoying.
That can't be good.
Yeah. That was my bad. I got too ahead of myself.
The thing is, like, as Tsukuyomi, you cannot do better than that. Like, you always have to die, you know, when you ult in. Like, as long as you eat at least 2 or 3% like max time, it's always value.
Yeah, I got the Hui for free though. I could have just not ulted it.
Ah.
Actually, is this gold enough?
Your team has
It's
destroyed
not.
a right enemy tower.
Should be okay.
Watch your step.
Okay, pre-ult.
And
Well, I guess we're all dead. Oops.
myself.
We're all dead. Oops. I guess we're just gonna get fired.
What is, no, I don't think we defend J. Down pyro right now. Like, they have Thunder, it's like almost impossible to actually steal it anyway. I could try with a 1, but it will never happen.
Yeah, let's just not. We have good
I'm
defense.
just gonna check some crystal around. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they use Thunder and double bomb. How am I supposed to steal that?
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Still double bomb and Thunder though.
Watch your step.
Let's just not give them shit. No buffs for them. Do we defend gold or do we want to give it?
I mean, I would say we should, but I don't know. Like, if we win the team fight, we should always focus. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm probably dead. Okay, we don't defend. Oh, actually. Guess we wait for Jingwei, but we can absolutely fight. I guess this is the super strat. They actually full commit on you and just die for no reason.
Attack middle lane.
Agni is behind me. He
W.
wants to kill me.
I forgot
If
to
anyone
press
wants to
my
help me.
fucking. I'm on my way too.
He died, I guess. This is the strat, I guess.
Yeah,
Pay
I mean,
yourself.
the one fight I don't get unulted. W.
Yeah.
Your right tower is under attack.
Well, they just committed on me, I guess. That worked out. Like, I don't know why we'd actually, like, hardly chased me so hard. Oh, GG.
Hyperscaling is legit party game shit. Yeah, it is. The game was more fun when I played mid, even if it was pretty annoying getting Odin ulted. I'm definitely more in mood for to play mages right now. I'm kind of tired of playing tanks. Forgot Dreamer's avatars makes you big. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I should have used it because I'm pretty sure with that extra power I would have just killed the Nemesis straight up. Not that it really made a difference because they probably hit just right after. Does the job anyway, but I really wanted, in my mind, I was going for the perfect play if they ever fully grouped up. I was going for as many shots on my ult as I possibly could get, and then pop that Dreamer's Idol. Just for the big numbers. I was so ready. Because I think that Dreamer's Idol slash Avatars is so underrated when you're full committing. Especially on a character like Tsukuyomi, where the damage cannot be negated unless you ages it. Like, I don't think it's good on someone like Nemesis, for example. Not really much for bots either, I suppose. But I think Suko is an interesting character with it. Oh yeah, I probably got enough now, didn't I? Hell yeah. I got so... Wait, what the fuck? I got like 50 something for that to win. It's a pretty clean one too. I'll swap to the Radiant. Well, the cap at? Always banned. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Always fucking banned. The one game he was let through, I was against it in mid, and I hated my life. Where are those? Probably gonna wait for you guys picking bans, thank you. You do you, man. You do you. Instead of sniping the streamer, you're dodging the streamer. I can appreciate that. Trying to stick out in a world with snipers. Alright, let me check. Are they in queue as well? Adapting's in queue. Nika is also in queue. Okay, maybe I can get into that. Dude, how is everyone in queue? They're like 5 minutes in. Surely the game can figure something out. Adapting is a duo queuing with Vives. We have Nika duo queuing with Sav, presumably. Maybe Sav stopped by now. We'll see. Just give me a fun lobby. Wait. No, I wanted to check my SR. I don't know where I'm at now. I'm just guessing 5.9 or 4.9, not 5. Goddamn. ADC. I mean, this is a good team, but the fact that I'm ADC is kind of tragic. I suppose I'll do an ADC game. Whatever. Whatever. Definitely do want an ADC that isn't going to get shit on by a Yorm, so I do want something with potentially escapability in some way. Man, I'm so tired of the current ADCs.
Select your god.
I really am. I just looking at the list, I'm like, I don't want to play any of you. Xbalanque? I mean, Xbalanque would be the obvious choice, I think. I'm just tired of them all. I think I will play Xbalanque, though. Out of any of these characters. It is just a boring role. I don't know if I agree with it, but... I mean, I've said it so many times, I'm kind of tired of saying it, but like, I'm just tired of the lane. Because I do like the characters, but when I think about playing Apollo and Solo, I'm like, yes. If I want to play Honor and Solo, I'm like, yes. But when I think about playing Apollo and Honor and Duo, I'm like, no. No, I don't want to do that. It's the lane, man. I don't want to be here. Wait, what the fuck is their team comp? Oh, jungle solo. Oh, it's Viva's support, of course. Oh man, I have to deal with this shit. Charybdis and Heimdall. I mean, that would be nice, yeah, just for some different type of characters. But dude, Charybdis with her escapability is so powerful. Heimdall for the same reason as well. He's even more OP because he's also really good at being aggressive. He's a bad chaser, but he's fucking hell, bro. Heimdall's skill ceiling is so insane. I actually think the way to use the 3 is so insane. I mean, I have to go Beats. There isn't a choice. It's Beats or it gets you seed until you die. I like Charybdis as one. I'm not gonna lie, actually. I thought it was pretty fun.
I always come prepared.
I liked it. Non-aspect Wukong support. That's interesting. Wouldn't have minded some double knock-up action. But I suppose it's nice that he can just Tiger Stun.
Minions have spawned.
If need be. We also don't have Sunder. Rough.
Careful, Gamehunter. They get two. Careful, Gamehunter.
I'm gonna hear that a lot this game, aren't I?
Enemies in the left jungle.
Keep it there.
Go on, nice.
She's slow. She's just decoded. Nice. You actually he dead.
I entered, boys.
I'll attack right leg.
My bad, I didn't think she was coming.
It's fine, I guess. I mean, Zav could have probably known, I guess. I don't know. And Nika got solo.
Yeah, because you're fucking yelling, dude. I can't hear anything, man. Shut
I'm
up.
not yelling, bro.
Yeah, your mic's really loud for me.
Nika, you're supposed to be a world champion, bro.
Simply magical.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
There's no reason to be tilted. It's all good.
And why are you trying to tell me?
Wait, what is? Yeah, your mic is very low, by the way, Nick.
Enemies behind us.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
They're invading purple.
Yeah, I'm on the way, but they have Thunder, I suppose. And I don't, so I cannot really. I'm fine, by the way. Creepy ult. You will probably never have a purple this game because I didn't have Thunder. But I don't like
Yeah.
Thunder. Like, it's so bad.
I kind of like it because then I get blue buffs and purple buffs.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's like giving you so much pressure, but Shell give you like so much better potential in team fights. Like, ADC is very strong.
Your mic is pretty loud, actually. Now that Nika mentioned
Ah,
it.
is it very loud? Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna reduce it if it's very loud. Sorry.
Yeah, we just kind of need to farm here. It's been unfortunate. I don't really think I have the laning into Cupid anyway, but falling too far behind in
Is it
XP.
better now?
Yeah.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna back by the way now. Oh, it's not this coming, bro. You saying?
Thanks.
Right, back.
Your left tower is under attack.
And Cupid got the kill as well when I entered. Fuck. That's so annoying. I don't know why I dashed in. I should have just not done that. That would have been smart.
Nika, do you need help in left? I mean, I know we won't kill him, but like, you need like pressure back or something. He has no one, by the way. He said no. Guess I'm gonna ult him. Oh, never mind. You go.
Cupid all down. Achilles isn't right.
Do you know the blue timer, Nika, or not?
I feel like he muted you after your mic was loud.
Probably. I'm gonna gaze blue. I think I should be able to.
This lane is really gonna suck for me now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Cupid no ult, by the way. He might be gankable now.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay, well, it looks like I might be camped as well. That's fantastic. Granted, if anyone should be camped, I don't really mind it being me, because at this point I'm already so far behind. Camping me is just whatever.
I'm just gonna back that. Nugget should be up.
This might be my first time playing the Shibbolonke,
Enemy ultimate down.
like non-aspect. Unironically.
I'm over it. On my way.
Keep it all down.
I stole purple.
I'm just too far behind.
Move like a jaguar.
Keep it no ult.
Enemy spotted.
I fucking hate this lane so much. I fucking despise this shit lane.
Simply magical. No, Elysium will welcome you.
Sorry.
You just did everything on your own, but couldn't even try to beat you. Like I got stunned when I used my ox. I down gold, by the way.
On my way.
They're gonna leash gold, I think. They're gonna just fight me. Yeah, they leash gold for me. I'm fine.
I think we should fight this though.
You can come if you want. They have dash and stuff. He said has no one, but I have nothing. No try. I should be fine. I need
Keep it all
to
down.
I'll just run away, by the way. Careful, like I need to come behind you, by the way.
Attack.
Move like a jaguar.
Can we just do gold?
Agni's around here, by the way. Okay, he's back mid side.
Still feel like we could have just done it. I guess 3 people? I don't really think Agni posed a threat there. Didn't realize 4 of our kills are on the same person.
Enemies in right lane.
10 seconds.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
They use Thunder, he settled, and that's pretty much it, I think. Achilles Blinkle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Achilles should not have ult, by the way, and not blink either.
Your
I'm on
right
the
tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Careful left.
He's going towards the Gamehunter.
It's 1 HP.
Rain shall wash them away.
I think you just wanna farm that, like, just leave that.
Curse you.
I'm pretty much
Agni is
back.
there as well. Wait, I mean, I have to stay around for gold. I'm just gonna stay around for gold. Like, Cupid is back as well, so they will probably just pull gold, I think. Okay, he said he's still right, so should be fine.
Cupid is Black Joe? Black Jose? Interesting. You know what kind of cheat it is? Do we know? Can you hold the wave? I'm gonna get purple.
Oh, sure.
Okay, well, I did say hold, but
Cupid in lane.
he just yoinked the whole thing. That's fine.
Can you wait for me, Zav? I'm tipping. Thank you very much. The Achilles is on oracles, he just did it. I can... Nah, it's fine.
Achilles is right. It's coming towards mid.
It's a team beats, but you get? Oh, okay. I mean, you're just built different. I can dive in actually. Please, Agni. Nice. No, I'm not good. Oh. I can shell. I guess nothing can happen. Oh, shell. Wait, can we look for him? He's gonna go in the tower. Ah.
Under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Your man Viz.
We can two-man this. Can you stop him from coming in?
Oh, sorry. He said it's coming. And she has Thunder, by the way, so you probably wanna leave it.
Yeah, I'm trying. I don't think his comms on.
He dashed in, but probably just cooked. Oh, nice. Nah, you should always give it to someone and not me, so it's like so useless. Huh?
under attack. Enemy has
Double
been
Unica.
slain.
He paid back.
Rock.
Thanks.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
Oh, he went Sunbeam as well.
On my way.
I haven't even seen him use it. Has he used it?
Complete. Curse you.
I need that.
You saw that, right?
Good luck.
Thanks.
I'm fine. GG.
Nice job.
I don't know how I went from top damage to that.
Victory.
Whatever. I'll end on this at least. I'll take the W's with me to bed. Or at least to I don't know, just in my thoughts, I guess. Oh shit, that back in 5k or W. You know what? Now I actually feel better. I made progress today. I felt like I got shit on today though. I guess it wasn't that bad. Huh. Alright, I mean, I suppose I'll take it. Alright, thanks guys. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll see you guys. Probably not tomorrow. I feel a little burned out, just a little bit. Maybe burned out is the wrong word. I'm just kind of bored with the current meta, in solo at least. If I come back at least in the next few days, it will be just to play some other roles, maybe. But we'll see. Maybe my addiction kicks in and I just want to play more, so who knows. But for now at least, thank you. I'll be back. Bye.